Hopefully it's only like one. It's only like one scene. It's quite. Hopefully it's quite straightforward. It's only one. There's no recess or anything. The Old Bailey defend an antechamber. Oh, I never expected this. Would have thought we'll be back here again so soon. We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court proceedings here, we need as much court experience as possible. Oh yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the docks, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little bit crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. He didn't sleep. Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I heard that expression. And I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't sleep a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Ah, thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really, because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take this. Although, welcome to the Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of our opera. There were so many people. I have no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but that I have no idea. But that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zykes? Is that right, Miss Osato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could to find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zykes is on the front page of every single one of them. I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Baileys, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now. In fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zykes' return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than 2 days. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane is the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I mean no offense, Mr. Natsume, but this is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we all forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Welcome to the Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stand against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you were friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. Can be another example. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruto, of your very uncommon bad luck. Yeah, thanks to that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such a frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true, I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this, I will fight your corner until the bitter end and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this kindness. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Okay, that's 20 now. Oh, let me forget about that. I'm super tired, man. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver or believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. You can't... Oh, my eyes are, man. Wait. Wait, what? I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The letter to you write. So I write the letter to. I write the word to. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponis are truly fascinating breeds, aren't they? Sorry? What was that? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Oh, okay. Do you have a do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try and help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe an arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here to the Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. Wait, why is the maid on trial? Why is the maid in the jury? Thought it was a fair trial. Thank you both counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties in the court? As impartial members of the public. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We know that man. You'll never know when you might be down your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Oh, well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Wait, that's the hatter. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Well, I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustache foreigner did the deed. Yo, man. Come on. What are you waiting for? No doubt he did it anyways. What's that? Oh, sorry. Didn't quite catch that. Yes. Yes, very well. Let's proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zykes. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended his foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a more sinister act, of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from the bitter experience, those are the worst bloody oafs they are. Oh, just look at that shallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Come on, let's get over with this. With me now. Everyone. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. What's that? Didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So, they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Unfortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. So, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. There has not long since stopping snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached by a man from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we need about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that right here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, it's almost everyone would have been able to stab that poor woman. Even the scraggly looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what I can tell, just by looking at the woman's possession, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some sort of deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I can't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him or the victim. If theft and grievances have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrest the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way. He threw the wine away. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery, but your words have sourced its hello bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely what the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one... Yes. There was no one else about but the victim and the accused. I don't know, man. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed onto the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Though being a number of old books he just bought, he was on his way home from a bookstore, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Why is it colored though? Ah yes, I can I can clearly see the books to which you are referring to. Oh, take this photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. You Nipponis are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. The 1800s? 1890s? When was the photographic print? I don't know. I think 19 something, 1940s maybe, 1950s. I don't know. Yes, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, forgive me, Lord Van Zykes, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato-san? Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. As I was walking along the cursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat, she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a small scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slab of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me on back to my accursed lodging. A green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than to admit he fled from the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them. The victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. In fact, that the accused conceded. Seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceedings, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for this. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. A light fog, you say? Well, a light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther than that though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I've expected a Japanese fellow like you to know, of course. Read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. Yes, how quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this rate, at this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by the horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Susato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witness to this crime has told us. Ah yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is right. That is correct, madam. Then we must hear that testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation of your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. The prosecution believes there would have been an ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite, here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witnesses' statement. If I could only get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. From behind, you say? Yes, that's right. As you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say that this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition? Comatose, no less. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's been treated at the baths. I was hopeful that she'll come round before the trial started, so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, this is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of the events. Luck is on your side. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbing wide eyes, I'm afraid. Mr. Natsume's belonging, I think you'll find it all in that photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were, irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? It's made it extremely hard for us to assert that Mr. Natsume has his hand full with his books. He managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belonging as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. Those being a number of... oh, okay. The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused of this lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell me more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I will have to ask you to look at this street map once again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accursed lodging in this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Bier Road and Mir... fuck. And happens that the curse is currently living in the lodging on the other side of Bier Road. Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route that he might have taken home. Something like this. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. Defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from the particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that's what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being the bookshop name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshops to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could this man be any more sardonic? That's where you're wrong, bitch. If I could just stop you right there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is the receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accursed room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not too far away from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the curse would have known about it. But the fact is, the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question, and this receipt proves it. Yes, from what differences it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes makes no difference in his final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map right here if that might be of help. Oh yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant has been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account that the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could this be true? My. It rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this jewelry book establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Yuri Books is just here on the other side, other corner of whatever street that is going east. About there, yes. Yes, about 1 hour. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now. Oh. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regales us with such witticism. To your future career in the circus. You put that glass down now, or put it down for you. I didn't think I need to spell it out, but here we go. Yes, hello Kurono. What did you do for the last day? For New Year's Eve, I mean. How are you? I haven't seen you around. Jeez. No, it's still the same thing. There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned friend, if somewhat slow Nipponese friend. Good night, Timmy. Good night. Thank you for looking. Thank you for being here. Happy New Year's to you. Have a good night. Oh, thank you for the 200 bits, Timmy. Thank you so much. We'll see you, I think tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. I wanna play more the Forest, I bet. Okay. Wherever the man purchases his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Yeah, like Corona is like COVID is basically fucking up everybody's plans, man. The thing that is a safe. Yeah. Good night, Timmy. Good night. I feel tired. Yeah, COVID is fucking up everybody's plans. Hopefully, shit gets resolved in. Yeah, shit gets resolved in 2022 by March, I guess. As I expected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did you say, eh? I had enough of this. I beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What? What do you mean? If the prosecution assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. You must think. You must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location at this incident on his way home from Yori Books, but the assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from Yori books from his lodging, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to have taken between two places. If the defendant uses these three, look what actually happens. He arrives back at his lodging without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Walking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route back home? The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodging and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. But, ahem, yes, I got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Ha. That's right. As I said before, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He said he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. Okay. I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend. Suggest that we do not waste any more time of the courts by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Wait, what say you insightful jurors? But even if that's the case, the defense... I agree with Lord Van Sykes, wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean we, members of the jury, are completely convinced now? Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court. What the fuck? It will appear that the jury leaning is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No, it's time for the examination. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the juror. I have to tip the balance of the scale the other way. I have to turn this around somehow. Those are eyes of query not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial? Right of the defense written in the antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense prerogative to carry out a summation examination if I choose to. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letters of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we are ready. I am too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncouth refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, will you each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty? The juror's contentions. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it to himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses of his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. Okay. Oh my god. With only minor exceptions, the reason for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sinking to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Oh, why does he have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody can see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for this defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue, yes, I know, I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their mind. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. Okay. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke. Can do it. Sorry? Hold it, you say? Hold what? No, that's... I said hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit Yore books often? I like the old books there and they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit Yore books on the day in question? Well, I was picking up books in there all afternoon and it was just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked? Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistaken there. I remember it very well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after that dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I stepped on some ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. It's when it was most slippery. I knocked myself clean out, I said. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Street? That's right, I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down the Calabash Street is the quickest way for me to get back from Yori Books. Jurors number 6, I must insist that you must add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Huh? Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I must say, so at least some of those assertions don't really incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. There's something. Wait, change the court records is here. Let's see. This don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything, that's something. You must use that to advantage, Mr. Naruhodo. Cunningly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again carefully, and if any of their assertions are at odds, I pit them mercilessly against one another. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna press everyone. Excuse me, but aren't you... Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I know your face, or the side of it anyways. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. Hey, he's not being fair. He's not being impartial to both sides. I vote him out of the jury. You had me and the young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh well, you know, both under the bridge. Now, there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could just turn back the clock. Well, anyways, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. Yes, he's not being impartial to both sides. Kick him out. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Ha, thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history. Oh dear. You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admitted to have seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with that disturbing mustache is the criminal. But let's not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. This man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I'm not really sure. After all, you are a foreigner. Who's to say that goes through your funny little minds? I could tell what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the administration. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the curse must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simpler. Yep, your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well. For her. The man, okay. But you can't deny that there's other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew that map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Oh yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that showed he did, is there? Oh, yes, that's true. And as I understand, the curse himself doesn't remember, which is why he went, didn't he? Oh, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'll want to get home as quickly as possible. Oh, yes, why is all of this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I have given you a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did. I mean, if there was some logical reasoning why he might have gone the Calabash Road way, it would be different. I'll be happy to reconsider my proposition in that case, honest. I would. A reason why Soseki-san might have taken the longer way home. That's a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to. Okay. Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garidep, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room? The master's wife? Where did you get that idea, sir? I'm the maid, you understand. She's keeping up the charade. This is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you've been selected for the jury in the trial, I mean? Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received, the instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character? Doesn't Mr. Natsume look that kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? My goodness, yes. He's just the sorts. This is biased. Throw out the entire jury. Spending all his time in the dark and dingy room, spotting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them. You know, people think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear. Oh, Mr. Okay. He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyways, I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. Man's life is on the line here, sir. This would take as long as it takes. Oh, get clever with me, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of the year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right and center. There's always cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's so hard. It's a hard slog from dawn to dusk. It is. So you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember correctly, I was just around the corner where it all happened. By the old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence. That's right. Mirrors. Okay. Street it was. On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can you just get this business over with it already, please, sir? It's important. Just fine, I'll do it then. Aha. Pit against... Oh shit. Oh, thank you, Maiku. Yes, Happy New Year. I know that it's like one for you, isn't it? Pit against... Those 2 statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel. Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? Just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 5, how are you, Maiku? Shit. So how are you today? What did you do during your New Year celebration? Did you went out to eat? Did you get some yummy food? Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words were just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's being said on our map of the local area. I think there's... Hopefully there is fireworks later. But it rained just now, so I guess it's not possible. On the day in question, Mr. Natsumi visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were work being carried out on that street, making it impossible. Which makes that the defendant route home could not have taken him along that street and down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? He must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodging. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think it's all good conscience that I can say that the man's guilty now. Yes, I would like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Oh. 1 down, 3 more to go. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alrighty then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's judge argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. 2 down, 2 more to go. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. Strengthen our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. Will be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if you can just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsumi, you might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we're going to do. When Zyke is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion, that's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. Dude is sleeping. Thank you, counsel. On the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Fuck. Wait, where's the tip? What the fuck? Oh, look here, Mr. Naruto. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Miss Susato. Oh fuck, it's 30 minutes. Oh god damn. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think could still be lost in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Oh, okay. No, but then... No. Okay. Strong. Uh, Okay, what the fuck? I was right, okay. Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, the juror number 2, juror number 6. Yeah, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure of here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on that day of the attack, he was at your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man said he had no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what does he remember in seeing someone appear in front of him on the way? Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously. Can we really be sure of that, madam? Whatever do you mean? I'm sure you have heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him on that day. That same afternoon, there was someone else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over in that icy street in the neighborhood. Oh my! My goodness, you mean it was juror number 6? To hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old man on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a similar build with the victim. Oh, look at that. My goodness. Huh? Sorry? You need to pee? Crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my! You idiot, man. If you hadn't been so daft as to roam around there, we have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddled... What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk in the streets these days? Is it a crime to sleep over an ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it? Yes, powder your fucking face. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but you'd like to change your leanings, I presume? I do declare that I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well... That's 3. 1 more to go. And the trial keeps on going. Oh, that summation examination has concluded with a really large shift in opinion. The eyes to the nose for... So the nose have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue. Just let me win! Could it seem churlish to me of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moment after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zykes! It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? Whatever do you mean? I haven't tricked anyone. I've even said it is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said he was a good 2 yards off the pavement which had been excavated, sir. That's right. They told me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. I'm heading off now. Okay. Happy New Year's, my cool. Yes, go get some rest. I'll see you around. Happy New Year's. Now, my learned Japanese friend, tell me, do you have any notions of the distance that 2 yards represent? Yes, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Hey, me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And if you were perchance erected a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had hope of passing anyways, and we just turn any gentlefolk back where they came from. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in this meandering around town. Is that true? Is it? The inconceivable truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There could be no doubt that on his way back on his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed. In a single sentence. An old man. Old man? You can talk? You say that at around 5 o'clock of the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road? Pray, was there any suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say I remember. You don't remember? How about wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the curse saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Order, Lord Van Zykes. Explain yourself. My lord, you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve. Why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. Wait, okay. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Oh, he took off his cloak. Fuck. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord, The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. It's next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We have been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incidents. Yes, I remember one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Right, no matter who Van Zykes brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I do believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I keep believing it to the very end until this battle is over. What the fuck? Witnesses, please state your names and occupation for the court. Constable Roy Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. And I'm Miss Beats. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say that I'm this young town's hero's wife. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. Wait, what? Damn. No, it was your husband I was talking about. He seems tired. Highly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day. You know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collecting tax surveys the streets, check the meters are reading true, and they are responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on that list that doesn't sound like policing duties at all. I would just be falling asleep on my feet. I'll have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. But London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber, I guess. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. B? It's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Roy B, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. What a great witness he's gonna be. Very good. I would like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. It was our wedding anniversary and Rody was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyways, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then others scattered something before running. He ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the docks. Rowley and I both saw him as clear as day. Yes, that's true. Oh, this is extremely compelling testimonies, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. Yes, go eat. Go eat. Yes, yes, yes. If their testimony is true, the alternative cause of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death nil, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate back beckonsing, and on your wedding anniversary too. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go up for that evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My then friend, the witnesses saw the faces of the men fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that man is so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. No time to change after work, you say. And are you also a member of the police, Miss B? Oh no, sadly no. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think... Okay. Yeah. Well, I think you can probably see why children and elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks even more handsome in his uniform. It suits him. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly. I must prefer you in uniform. Sometimes, I don't even recognize you when I see you in plain clothing. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir. Yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I am the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the very end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir, prove that I'm a London copper. It has the noble foundation principle of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen on our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London toward the London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plotting of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B put up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I cared. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happens next. Two silhouettes. That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. Briar. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does exactly sound like the victim as pictured in the print, like Mr. Natsumi. And like Mr. Natsumi. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else at all around. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Oh yes, that's right, of course. There was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. B. Are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends every day keeping watch on the street, I'll swear to it, sir. I am sure. As my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must have been how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? Did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonable clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. But what happened in the crucial moments that followed? Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time, but when we got closer, we realized that it was... Didn't we, darling? Wait, what? Wait, what? What? Ah yes, that's right. It was some old books. Oh. I see. Old books. Yes, sir. The culprit has dropped a number of them all around where the victims lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw it. It was the man dogs without question, sir. The moustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taunt mouth, the snub nose. Everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right, he looks down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifyingly intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they are telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this ambiguity testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. His wife is leading him though. Now please continue. Yes, sir. Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, 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 I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am proud. I'm the proud wife of one, after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Huh? What? Ah, yes, that's right. Ask Mrs. B to go. I was off duty by that point, but a Bobby never truly is off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia to see. You see, I told her where you find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean by... Oh shit. Of Emporium. Wait. Wait, you want Emporium? Are you Emporium? Emporium. Oh shit. Okay, so it is Emporium.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Depending on the crime location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat, so I told Patricia that the way to the police box for the best to the beat. For the beat the incident fell under, so she could go and report it. Good night, Sunny. Thank you again for the raid. Yes, thank you. Happy New Year's, Chrono. I know that it's New Year's for you too. I would have to unfollow first. How's everybody today? What did you do for New Year's? Everybody that's here. Did you go out drinking? Did you do something else? Did you have New Year's dinner maybe? We have no idea. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help for the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know? And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Oh please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Oh, yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I have to know. Right. The light from the street lamp was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. Wait, what? I don't have this one. Wait. I like those characters. Ah. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can even see the head of. Wait. It is. When it's thick, you can even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, all right. I'll take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why you can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Let the man sleep, man. What? Ah, yes, it was that accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any questions. It was Soseki's son they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, and that's the entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing his testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. B saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene of Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So, if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here, what are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statements about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other parts of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memories of the day is accurate. Alright. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in this statement somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and an unfavorable conclusion. Why do I always seem to be up against it? Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep on asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... Seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. Oh, what? No. Of course not. It's really not that all. My husband is a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about that book that man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? Yes, I met the goth prosecutor. Yes, this is case 4. Hi Joker, how are you? Happy New Year's. Yes, that Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Roy will. I really don't mean to cause offense, but please put your husband's fist away. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss B. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? Just slap the man. Slap. Give him a good old slap. Yes, please tell me what the books, like what the name of the books are. Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused, nearby second accused at the nearby second-hand bookstore on the day in question. After I've been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for a good measure. I'm a proud policewoman wife after all. I did it for Rowley. Yes. And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. Should we call the ambulance on him? He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. B, seeing as you regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind to recount the titles of the books you've observed at the scene? Yes. Oh my god, that would be a nightmare. I'll be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur something or other and what's it, yearnings? Then there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the thingummy something. That's 4. That's 4 books. My man only bought 3 books. You see? Yes, I see that there are 1 or 2 holes in memories. Oh well. They were along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? So I think it was very mean. I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Anyone... What the fuck? He just pulled a gun on us. Anyone who's upset my Patricia will have me to answer to. Kapow! Kapow! Terrifying. As she really is. Since we've read this, I'm just gonna like skip to this part. My dude, there's only 3 books. My dude, what the fuck? So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur something, somebody, what's it, yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thingummy something. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mrs. B. But there is a fundamental flaw in the statement of yours. Oh no, what is it? What flaw? Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. This is the receipt for the bookstore where the defendant bought his books. Your books. Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchase that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? No, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I told you. 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can see, from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. Really? He didn't go to Japan? Oh shit, man. That's sad. What a twist. But I just can't believe it. I saw them. I saw them there, I swear it. I swear. No, madam. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied. that although you say it was the defendant you saw, you could have very well be mistaken. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. No! Bang, bang. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Ah! So, you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plans has somewhat recalled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entire accurate testimony in every respect. Oh. You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in this print. That print, you mean to say? Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe. I would say that he is the best prosecutor. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! Okay, here's the question though. Here's the question. Since she was stabbed in the back, how can she be holding on to the book? Answer me that. You can't. That's why. There, you see, look at that. Look. Yes. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Why do I keep on saying accursed? Accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the title once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur something or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gaboro. Gaborio. Fuck. In fact. And the court has just heard the witness remember the book title flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's power of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rowley? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in the photographic print. I'm so sorry, Consul, but that does not seem very odd. Why should the fourth book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odds at all, my lord. As the photographic print clearly showed, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belonged to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that fourth book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it right here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The second crime scene photo has been... okay. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodging that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discreditation of the witness' power of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile. I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Oh my, I heard that crack, man. Yes, pet. Marry me, pet. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their position? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all the witnesses and seen all the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terrible, precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you want to do? Wait. Wait! Where have I heard this title before? The Lion's Pride. Where have I heard The Lion's Pride and the book is charred? Where? I wonder. Actually, wait and see. I should just keep quiet now and see what happens. Well, it appears the defense has no objection at this juncture, in which case, Mr. Naruhodo, was I not clear? The case for defense is in great danger. Yes, I realized it, which is why I decided to let the sweat drip from my trembling brow in silence. You're so right, sorry. If I don't say anything now, it'll all be over. And it won't end well for us. I can't let it happen. No, wait. The defense... Defense will have to wait. Because that shapeless hesitation can't go unpunished. Is that your... derisive finger-pointing punishment enough? No. No, my learned friend. It's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but I can't think of what I want to say. If I may, Lord Van Zykes, seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh? I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. But you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. One of this land's greatest guiding principle is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Osato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been looking for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain why the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let this go to waste. Defense wishes to present new evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence that apparently offers a profound insight in which this case of this Heathrow has been overlooked. Oh, look at this. This book has been badly burned. You're right. You've never been able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edge of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? The evidence in question is... okay. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with you, prosecutor, on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contains a Heathrow uncovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh yes, yes, my lord. It's Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, Precisely where in this vital clue in this case, which is the fourth book, concealed? I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? Oh, the goodness gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp. So you have to ask yourself, why was the victim clutching on to what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Were I to concede to the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some vile, veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us. What truth does this chart book hide? A chart book, there's only just one possibility here, which I can't afford to bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can assert from this fire damage sort of tomb? Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon, but we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hands as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be is the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to is and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Goodness gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember that the member of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Also, the defense response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell me, it's this guy. The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who owns the house where the defendant has been lodging. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp. The landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all of the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Gary Depp herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Gary Depp's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you were to just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Gary Depp's house? I would never presume to know all of his books he keeps, sir. This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hardworking member of the public. You besmirk her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room of the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Gurideb's house. Good Lord, what sort of incident, Counsel? A fire, my lord. Right to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it all, I lost my favorite book. Book called The Lion's Pride. It shows. The Lion's Pride. By Jove. The very same title that the subject of this debate. Oh dearie me. This is irresistible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes, and entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Yeah. Without going into detail, it appears that Mrs. Gurideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Gurideb even amidst the flame. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrible to the one you love. Can you, Rowley? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Bright light. Had all my favorite old novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got a hold of them, was it whoosh up in smoke. And then the wife started hurling things at me. There was it. No, so it was her then. Like when she was like throwing shit at him. The window was open. So she threw the book, and maybe she threw the book, and then she threw like a pocket knife, and then it landed onto the back. There was I backed up against the window under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books incoming, tens to the dozen. The man had just had his back against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious! Are you suggesting that the books was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime? Oh shit, that's 50. Okay. No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Gurideb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Gurideb's household. But it is not conceivable that the window was open at the time, not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilly weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave an open window in the middle of winter. As that defense was too late in this scenario, in all seriousness, counsel. Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gurideb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. all you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you, it was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ear, and that's what I should do? That's utterly unforgivable. To right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting out these fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the very end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with that moustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry, what was that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Sykes? In truth, my lord, I feel this has been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No forgiving the discourtesy this time? Ahem, in that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decision regarding the defense culpability for the court to hear. Again? Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Mr. Sato? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're right. You're not suggesting... Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their mind. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense has to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeves? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Wait, okay, I'll leave it at that. Holy shit, I'm done. I'll continue. I'll stitch this together. Choices, because if I'm gonna do it after eating like 1 cup of spicy noodles, yeah, my throat is not gonna like me. Ooh. I have considered the defense counsel request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume that the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. Oh, we are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds of which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. What are we, like, supporting again? Our own our own nationman. The juror's contention. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. My, if there was some novel's alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Ah, even if the woman was throwing books, it couldn't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Oh, dearie me. It was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Ugh. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we have a fire at my home a while ago. He gave me the thesis. We're not making any progress here. Yes. Considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene of the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued in any other way. That means, I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard. Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel. Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say, Mrs. Garideb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garideb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the 2. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I have learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Oh fuck. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garideb and how she reacts, even the things other people say. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Okay, I already read this. Press. But as we now know, there was a 4th book, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book is in fact belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at that point the woman was stabbed. This landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrape with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyways, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't even see what all these palaveras about? It's done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I've nothing witty left to say. Oh. Okay. So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such delight on your face. But I am afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan and rational woman. That's great. If one reads the morning newspapers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelming suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelming strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlement, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan and rational logic, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you say. You know. So I'll be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. I'll be happy to do that too, if I could. Let's do our best. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right. I'm glad you omitted rational there. But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's no way it will... Fuck, I can't read. Okay. What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How could you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't even want to invite that sort of coals indoor. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? Oh, counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. But that little book was on fire at the time, wasn't it not? Oh, with the flames of love I have, you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it up upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garidet. Never mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I wouldn't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning her head at Mrs. Garidep's relentless onslaught. Isn't it? It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Oh. Just want to get this over with? Can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then. Like I said before. What? I told you already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about. You know, she can be fierce. Believe me. Another shining example of marital bliss then. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, don't you know? It's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? It wasn't too frightening. That's the thing. Must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beats will ever be dragged into this Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Miss Susato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Oh, fuck. I clicked by accident. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Oh, sorry? What's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Hi, back again. Yes, we are back again. Hi, Harvin. How are you? Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. You just got freed from work? Or get home safe, you know? It has 75 candles on top of it, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Oh, of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. It seems that it's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyways, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only, I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught fire and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneeze, I presume you mean a coal? But how did you get a coal from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me and they tried to put out the flames. Thank you. Thank you, KK, for the look. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course. We had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows? The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in a hospital for a while. I wouldn't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it. It was a devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the oh wait, okay. If it's open, then shouldn't juror number 3 and 6 play together? That's the spirit. So it's juror number, I would say juror number 3 and 6 are the ones. I was right. The two jurors' statement clearly contradicts one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again, I told you it wasn't me. What's that you say? Speak up, young. Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3. Do you see... Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear jury number 6 account on his birthday celebration last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'll be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Goridep's household. And Mr. Goridep had the following to say about it. The whole place filled up with smoke. Oh! Oh, my head! Oh, wait, look around. Yes, what you need to say? Chotto Matteo. Joy number 4. Do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Goridep. Oh dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply I'm hiding who I really is? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or did your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window. Wait, before we continue on, I would just like to say my theory of this trial, okay? Mr. Natsume is 100% not guilty, of course. So, the person who actually stabbed the woman on the street is Mrs. Goridep when she was trying to while she was flinging out shit out the window at Mr. Goridep, you know? Yeah, that's how the case is gonna be, isn't it? Which couldn't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you'll never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It will be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. Mika, you just... miss me moaning at the fact, like... Not moaning, more like groaning at the fact that I was... Yeah, you missed my torture. You missed the torture, Mika. Oh yes, that's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruto. You've managed to establish the window that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mr. Goridep's formal statement. That's 8k, 8 more, 8k more. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Goridep's formal statement. Now that you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time I've clean forgotten, but it's true. Oh, 7k more. Oh, fuck, man. Really? You're gonna make me eat one more today? Shit. Hopefully not. Maybe tomorrow. Wait, I have to do this. Wait. No, I can't do this. Shit, you got... Okay. No, not tonight. Is it pit? Do I pit them against? Oh no, it's not correct. I'm sorry, but as a foreman of the jury, I have to object. That's complete nonsense. What? I'm a banker, don't forget, an educated young man, and there's no contradiction contradiction as far as I can see. Quite so, Mr. Foreman. I will not permit any... Oh, fuck. I'm left with 2. I'm having 2. Why do you still have more? What the fuck? Where do you get all this? Bro, it's not funny, bro. It's not funny, bro. It's 4 more. Okay. No, not pit. Z. Q. Press. Save some. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garidep told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he has been reading? No, please do not delay my execution. Do it fast and do it now, you know. It did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. Do you want to do it now, and watch me suffer more? Or do you want it to be like the end? Okay, you're good. Okay. Okay. And now you've come to mention it. Yes. He was rather enjoying reading it. You see. What the fuck, man? Do you mind doing it like after like almost to the end of the stream or after the end of the case? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like this, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know. Dude, the spicy noodles is scary enough. The fact that you still have more points at 5k. Pursue. What is it, Mr. Joe number 5?
You know something? I've remembered what it was. That memory I've blocked out.
Ah.
It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back.
Who are you calling granny, you cheeky devil?
I'm Mrs. Garidep, or the maid, I've have you know.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he was so used to being hit all the time.
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I've just got back home after work, like. I put my hands in my pocket for the wages I've just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped.
Oh, poor man! Poor man! Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh?
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep.
No words, just terror.
Yeah, I could smell it, I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word slightly again.
Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is, when a woman loses their rags, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchet, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruto, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least, attack with honor. Use a bow or the like.
What? Attack? Were you gonna attack?
Never mind. Anyways, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright. I'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Hopefully I don't have to redo this. Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you?
That's right. She was chopping meat with it. Had a tidy edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile she threw at me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she've thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub, a refrigerator, an aeroplane, a spaceship, the moon, Jupiter, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto.
Your wife must be even beefier than you.
And things comes to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really.
I'm so happy for you.
If you want to know what I think this whole ideas of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who've been tossed in the Thames a few times by their own wives.
Okay, I will do that. That's a very interesting theory.
What a terrible thought.
On the face of it, this juror's statement just... Bye, KK. This juror's statement just sounded like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Wait, what? Fuck, I wasn't in it. What was it? Shit, man. I wasn't in it. Fuck. So the window was open at the gory depths. Okay.
Yes, Mrs. Goridep has finally admitted to it, which is a very significant victory for the defense.
I feel like the fog's starting to clear and an alternative explanation to this case is starting to show itself. Wait, what was her theory again? What was her one again? Do you think it's 5 and 2 of 2 and 5? I think 2 and 5 would work together though. Oh, I was right, okay. Those two statements clearly have a deep significant connection.
Good grief. You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, Counsel, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative?
Oh my, what do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Greydepp's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that other such objects beside the book could have found its way from the Greydepp's household to the streets below.
Nani kore?
After all, Mrs. Greydepp could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she had a few feelings. Beanpole. Wait. Okay, wait. I have to. Okay, here's something that KK has found out. Thanks to KK, I'll be revealing what. Oh, look, no, my stomach is okay at the moment. You know, it's not like any other person's stomach. You know, I have a stomach of a lion. I mean a giant. Okay, I'm going to actually divert for it a bit.
Now you listen here, you English garish. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it?
I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I am certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The object that found its way from the Greydepp's household to the scene of the crime was the knife. Was it the knife? No, it was the knife, wasn't it? Juror number 4, Mrs. Greydepp.
What is it now?
I must apologize in advance for this, but I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you seen this knife before?
Oh! Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's a weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man.
My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Greydepp were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Greydepp was hurling anything she could at her husband, who's been backing up against the wall. A window that has been opened to clear the smoke and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't be serious about. You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hands?
Well, even my missus hasn't got an aim like that.
Yes, I admit, there are many details that we don't yet understand, but that's the point. That's precisely why
we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my. Mrs. Greydepp, your answer please. Have you seen this knife before or not?
Oh, oh. Get the ambulance. My lord. Oh shit. I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman. I have to agree. No, not like I have to granny didn't mind. Yes. No, what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment. Fuck. I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. 4, okay. We just need 4, right? To make this not end. We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense summation explanation, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. According to the opinions of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. The fuck? What the fuck, Mika? Now then, Lord Van Sykes, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? It's not my face. He looks like me. It's like, hey, this guy looks like me. And I was like, yeah, it does. But it's not me. I'm more handsome than that. Stroking my ego some more. Yes. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. Oh, if I may, Lord Van Sykes, the defense have just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what have happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting. Not showing, okay. If I may, Lord Van Sykes, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that what you consider credible, Mr. Foreman? The defense argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. It should already be more than apparent that both the crime scene and the Garadep household runs rather quite street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garadep's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. Let's see, 15 yards, that's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Yeah, that's a long road. That's like that's like 8. No, that's about 9 of me. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having potential significance, yeah, every time I open my mouth now, that, oh my god, every time I open my mouth just to speak, My mouth burns entirely. And as you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, rightly noted as having potential significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly held by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly into the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did you check? And did the jackknife fellow? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge in the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Ah! There's nothing I can say to do that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Mr. Sato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Big to trust us to do this while playing his attorney. Yes, I trust you. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? Oh god. As a judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead. The prosecutor may consider the idea of fantasy. But what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Gridept, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Order! 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 Well, this is rather irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand. Oh, some wine that is. And unnecessary? Lord Van Zykes! There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony and the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend Farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eye. And we must assume that they will be able to testify accordingly. What says you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable Rowley Beats reporting for duty, sir. Huh? Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing off until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting ya, but no more. Oh, Rowley, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh. And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of the events. Yes, sir. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Gurrideb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows of the top floor of the Gurrideb house are top hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch some help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment. Sir, nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Well, this is quite startling. Top hinge casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Oh, he's a shy boy. Yes. Sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. Ahem. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but what exactly is a top hinge casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my little friend. Oh, of course. Sorry. I have found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the window in Mr. and Mrs. Garidep's room. Alright, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top hinge casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. The casement window's most prominent feature is its stays, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fall straight down to the pavement below. No. You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. Wow, wow, I've learned so much about Windows. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. That can't be! Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Collapsing. Oh yes, my darling. I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet and already my argument's been destroyed. Wait, didn't it open the other way too? Doesn't it slide up also? Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh good, another desperate situation. Yeah. How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the notable founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen on hours on duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby is good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly, sir. Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. No, none of this is what I meant. I mean, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Gurida? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my abilities, sir. Yeah, they didn't pay. They don't pay enough. Long hours, not enough pay. Man, that sounds like the. I can't say that because I'm still in it. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Gurrid's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. That's true. Just like in Japan, you know. Just like in the first case where Nosa didn't have enough to feed his family. A lowly speck, you know. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes? Very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principle. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'll be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you, I'll try. Wait, he just gave us his like badge, like his police badge. Like his the equivalent to his police badge, right? Wait. Oh no, it's just... a policeman... Wait, what? A policeman would strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles, blah blah blah. Any crime falls under the jurisdiction of the beat is which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with... That's it? No, it's not. It's not his badge. It's just a rule book for cops. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just here to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. So they're restricted as to how much they open. Okay. As you can see, it opens at the bottom. Like for that split second, at the very bottom, it looks like it opens too. And therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for someone to mention this top hinge casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And why would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Guridep's house is furnished with? Well, sir, it's very simple. You see, I've helped with the investigation yesterday. About what? What investigation? Do you have something to add, Mrs. B? Sorry. You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for it? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I didn't realize. Oh yes, that street, Briar Road, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat! Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing the occupants of the Guridep's household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir. That really was cutting it close then. Constable, I see if you could clarify something. If the Guridep's household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mrs. Guridep's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of this. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all. Extraordinary people, our Bobby. Tirelessly working for the benefits of all Londoners. Do you know what I mean? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it. That must be it, pet. My love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on the record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. The case file's information has been updated to the court records. And now, it's my turn, I think. Wait, go back. Wait, where's the court records again? See this one? Oh. 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 But according to my notes here, the sun has gone down already and it was dark. Oh, but my Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. What is this cult shit? Can't it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book has cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I've seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rowley be an expector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Of course, what will that smog and everything, we couldn't actually see out any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir. That is correct, sir. As sure as a night sky in London is starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. So basically, they can't see whether a book or a knife came out of that window because of the fire. And then we saw that poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rowley's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rowley told me the way. Only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Is that something that you like about a person? Like a significant other that has terrible sense of direction? I would have just left her on the trail that we are on. It's like if we were to go on a hike and she told me to go left, I'll go right instead. Oh, Patricia. Oh, Rowley. Oh, please. So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my roadie was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. "24-hour missing ready at call. Ah, fuck. Nothing to report?" "That's correct, sir. I've had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second." He says that, but to me, if I were like awake for 24 hours and not sleeping, like if I am lacking sleep, my mind would play tricks on me, you know? It's like I would remember the wrong stuff. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Grey Depth's household. So the question remains, how did it find its way to the hands of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as though you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were a possibility, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hands?
As you can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hands from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not quite sitting right with me. The two mystery of how the knife ended up in her bag and how that book ended up in her hands. There must be some common thread between them. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really... I mean, what's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. Listen here. We support gender equality in this stream, on this channel. Gender equality. And then, like, 5 months later, it's like, fuck you, get out of my way. Wait, shit, I can't say that. Someone's gonna clip it and take it out of context. I will slap a man like I will slap a man. Okay, fuck. I'm going too far. You might just want to see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. She is using that word. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice won't be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mrs. Beat. I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife words counts for nothing, does he? Watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my role he won't. Duly noted, Mrs. B. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction. Okay, supplement some more. Mrs. B, nobody is questioning what you've told us. I saw it. I did. That evening I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and a funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming book or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I've always ended up on the wrong place where I've made arrangement to meet Rowley. He never gets cross. Rowley, do you have something to say about that? Constable B, is there any problem? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife remarks just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening, is all. You mean Mrs. B lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine.
But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'll be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was gone for so long was of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are we talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly was so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and hair pennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. Did Rolly just steal from juror number 5? Did he take the money that juror number 5 lost on his way back home? A bouquet bought with stolen money. Oh, I haven't forgotten all about it until now. Had you, my darling? Oh yes. But that was just between us. Not talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. What was that all about? Constable Big looks very obviously troubled during the exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of something. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned, I'd like to add details about it in your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked, I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights were casting any light, so I didn't notice it at first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably? That's right. Silly me. I've gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there. I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly brought me. That change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this solitary rose? Oh, yes, it is. That is the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Sykes, where did you come to find the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found off the edge of the pavement in front of Garadep's household. Oh, I now know how. I now know how how the crime started. Okay, so since it's instead of the other side of the Goridep's household, it's on the street the Goridep household is on. It's on the side of the Goridep's household, and when Mrs. Goridep was like throwing shit out the window, it hit the pane and like it dropped down straight. It goes onto the pavement, and then by a stroke of luck, juror number 5 was working on that on that street, and he moved everything to the like he switched a rule, you know, he rotated the whole street in 15 minutes, and because Rolly was asleep, he didn't notice anything, and that's why it was on the other side of the road now. I'm a genius. He rotated the whole street in 15 minutes. That whole stretch of street, yeah, he rotated it. Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it laid where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure, this rule should be added to the court records as evidence. Oh. Oh, that's sad, man. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. B. I didn't take my eyes off the crimes. Oh, okay. Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open. Oi. No, but in all seriousness, did the victim like collapse on the other side of the street instead? Dude, it's been like 2 weeks. This time it's gonna explode. Wait. I'll try to not die here. I'm just gonna Hail Mary this shit. Wait, I was correct! You claim, Constable Beat, that was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that can't be. What are you trying to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. I have forgotten about the spicy noodles and I'm okay now. Yes, on the other side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. Considering the size of this meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown to the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs. Meager? Thank you, KK. But if that were the case,
Why did Constable Beat not testify to that fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But that bouquet belongs to me. It has nothing to do with this case. That's why Rowley didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you trying to talk about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Goridep's book. Mr. Goridep's copy of The Lion's Pride, which have been thrown out of... Mr. Goridep's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Goridep's house. There's no logical explanation for these things. Unless someone deliberately moved them there. Yeah, that's what I said. The juror number 5 rotated the whole street. That's what happened. That's what happened. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rowley's done something wrong. Oh, don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. We think about books and bouquet. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh god. Mrs. Goridep's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Goridep, but deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But that person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason. Tampering. You've barely heard of the term before. Alas, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Is it juror number 5? Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for the tampering of the scene of the crime? I know who. I think I know who. But I forgot. Really no juror, really. He's my sworn enemy, you know. Who could have tampered with the scene of the crime? You know, who else was on the street, you know, who was guarding the street, you know? Maybe his wife, you know, his wife was there too, you know. Maybe it was the victim herself, you know. Maybe it was the victim herself who was tampering with the evidence, you know. I don't know. Who else would it be? Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Royley Beats. It was you! What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. He's as straight as a ruler. He loves me. It's not like he went to any gay bars before. Nobody works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beats, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity that anyone has to tamper with.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
If that was true, Constable Beats would have seen him do it.
Oh,
And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beats, it was after the defendant has fled the scene.
well.
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you're incriminating a policeman as well? Your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
Yeah, he is. That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
The fact that you stole money off the body, I think. You've offered no motivation for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Pete has a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken...
No, I know why. I know why he tampered with the scene. I just realized it. I'll tell you right now why he tampered with the scene. Because if the crime were to happen on that side of the street, on the other side of the street, he would be the one that is the reporting officer. He would be the one that is like, yes, what happened? Yes. It's his job to report. But if it's on the other side, it's not his job. And he can go, I figured it out. I figured it out.
With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motives of this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Constable Beats' motive for tampering with the scene of the crime was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is why this Bobby had to cover it up at all costs.
What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you are that at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Prior Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? I begin to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, counsel.
Do you have enough for the last one? Then let's get on with the show. Where are you proposing that this crime actually took place that evening? Oh, we're proposing now? I would say about here.
What that's...
On the opposite side of the road. I don't understand. Good night, KK. Thank you for witnessing my suffering and getting on the event in question. Mr. Goredep's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. Okay, I can't do voices now. It's too hard for me now. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Brett then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary! But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zyke said,
It wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Royal Beat? Royally Beat? Roly Beat? Fuck. Keep on changing his name. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Roy, it isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night, everything come out. Everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! What? That's it?
Order! Order! What on earth is the meaning of all of this?
Oh, Royley, why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse, is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim's dead shouldn't be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all of this. For damaging the yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation for why on that particular evening Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What?
How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
And yet, Lord Van Zykes, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think we had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are all the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feeling behind this man's action.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable action?
Here's that one. It's his love for his wife. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizen on his beat is all kinds of ways. Therefore, no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime scene along Briar Road. When he saw the shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? But, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, amongst the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So, that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh.
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
It was the first time since I became a copper. that I ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen to me?
My stomach is unhappy that I ate 3 in one day.
And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she would have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street, and then
It was a crime of love. A different kind, no? Crime of passion, but a different kind. Oh, he's crying.
I'm
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, sir.
Oh, Constable. I just wanted just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Rolly.
Just that one night, sir. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
He would. He did.
Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should have never dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from the other side of the road in total?
Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs from in the Gorodep's household, of course. But what made you place the book in the victim's hand when all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean?
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it?
What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. Meaning that it dropped Wait, so it's the lion's pride. So basically the lion's pride fell first. The victim tried to pick it up, and then the next thing that dropped was the jackknife, which plunged into the victim's back. That makes sense to me. Interesting. The fourth book information has been updated to the court's record. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time. You see, there were only the two people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it over the road will make a jot of difference. I suppose this is all for me now. I've had it. My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Zykes.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination on the witnesses.
Constable,
you may withdraw. Yes, sir.
Oh, Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I've always moaned at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable. Sir? This be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Is Van Zykes just giving him like stuff so that he like giving him tips on how to commit a crime? Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of the crime. Never again, sir. You mean to say... Leave now. This trial is yet over. Sir. Thought they would disappear like a ghost.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Sokaki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. I'm feeling... Oh, please. Yeah, he just wanted his peace and quiet. He just wanted a nice dinner with his wife on their anniversary day. And this shit happens to him. God must have hated him for some reason. That the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could have been responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being so sumptuous, but I do believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zykes, is that true?
Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime. Aha! Who else could it be? It's him. I'm just joking. I don't know, man. Who could have thrown shit out a window like the lion's pride that her wife, that her husband was reading, you know, that was burning, and the knife that belonged to her husband. I wonder who. I wonder who. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again, my assistants made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Gurridep. Me? Oh, dearie me. That request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Gurridep, answer me this. Oh, what do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Gurridep. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks over Beer Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window, right? Upon striking the pane of the pane of the open-topped hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the crime. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. Books, spatulas, utensils, a knife, a whole couch, the judge's gravel, rocks, bombs, TV monitors. Wait, they don't have TVs. The whole cannon, the cannonballs. So, let me ask you one more thing, Mrs. Gurridep. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid your eyes on it before? Oh! I don't recall it. Why are you lying in court, bruh? Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? Anyways, the man over there is all in the regalia, as said members of the jury needn't testify, did he? You need to testify for domestic harassment, you know. Conveniently, yes. No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Oh! Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. What? That's just a common old garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Gurridep? Now listen to me, you toad. I refuse to believe all of this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I've injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Common understanding of domestic abuse was unfortunately not a thing around this time, I think. Yes. It's frightfully so, you know.
What a time! What a time period this was. Casual racism, xenophobia, like a view of supremacy and inferiority. You know, what a time! Oh, that poor woman.
So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see how hard evidence if you're going to insist of this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife. That's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. And take the stand, Juro.
Oh,
I like her cheeks, man. It looks like plump pudding. Like plump, gelatinous pudding. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zykes.
I'm going to have to testify. Jury number 4. As I'm sure you would appreciate having observed it with your own very eyes today. Witness testimonies can lead to the most extraordinary truth being unearthed, truth of which the witnesses themselves may not even be aware. Oh dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garidep. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I was hoping for, my lord. The climactic reveal. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Goridep. And well, I'm a juror, and such like.
Sounds like even she doesn't know what she is. Know if she's a housewife or maid or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on that evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth, or I will find you, and I will kill you. I am the Reaper of the Baileys. Or is it the Reaper or the Devil of the Baileys? The Reaper of the Baileys.
Oh, dearie me.
Shut up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Oh no. I gave him an Irish accent by accident.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wasn't only in the room that day or thing, was it? Rather think I've ought to testify as well, don't ya?
But what about your need, dear?
Don't worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not that sort of chap to leave for combat in face of disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Goridep?
Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regime of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life as it was. He is a moon. Dude is a moon. The quiet life. You were not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question. Yes. McDonald's, since Pepsi doesn't want to sponsor me, are you willing to sponsor me, McDonald's?
Well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question.
Yeah, there's no. So who's going to be slap on the wrist? Who's gonna receive the slap on the wrist is the question.
Sir, at once. Yes, on the day you're referring to, my wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I've noticed that 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the farm's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
Wait, wasn't it proven already?
Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the victim has kept shelling us from another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself, it's only too aware that on every battlefield, you'll just have to not risk us from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's face narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they had testified already. This may be a dead end. And Sykes may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this one last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so.
Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
There's really nothing that shows that it's theirs, right? Except for the opening bit. Except for the one that, yeah, the tip is missing. That's one. So where is the tip to? The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly. It all started because of a note that was tucked in the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Gurrideb. A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Gurrideb found the note discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it too.
What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth.
I say, what a chap saying he can't recall such a thing. It's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide on the mark anyways.
A likely story.
His waters run very deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine really. Just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. Oh, a most precarious situation you put yourself in. Was it basin water or bath water? Wait. Bath water, yeah. Even in the what, in the 18th century, no, not 18th century, 19, 20. Even in this time period, bath water was selling bath water. John, maybe either John or Joan were making some quick buck on the internet, you know, on the Telegram. They were making quick buck on the Telegram. Oh fuck. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water mains isn't connected yet. Having to draw water from public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, a little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsumi, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine? Being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours is obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of this man? I believe he uses all his income to buy books. Anyways, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Meanwhile, oh shit, okay, I already read this. Even though the broom was on fire? As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did you know I was thinking about that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge, a napkin. Excuse me, do you have something to say? Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Gorida. Don't shoot. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Did your wife's remarks just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's in. Good grief, woman. We're not at home now. This is a court of law. Oh, dearie me. I was so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with a teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Wait, I just realized, did she pour tea into his pipe? What? Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir.
Had this thing in my hands as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of thing.
She just has Saitama energy, you know. She just have Saitama's pitch. Just pop, broke in two. I see. Your pipe was broken.
It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyways, I've managed to banish the thing up for now.
You're one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. It could be important, no? The defense believe Mr. Goridep's remark just now to be of great significance. This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery moment and pipes. Betray a fiery woman and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worth of adding to this formal testimony.
Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
Let me see that shit. I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. Let me see that shit. Wait, huh? Wait, what's this? It's the piece of the blade. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a little shake. What? What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade. Surely it couldn't be. Dun dun dun! We found it. We got our evidence locked and shut. My guys and gals and and non-binaries, our people. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we may have new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Goridep. Now that if we could return to this crux of the matter, what can you say to the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Aha! Sorry? Would you care to elaborate?
Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving. You see, pipes and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know of the sort of things.
It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too, and then there's my leatherwork.
Sorry to say, we're always losing knives at the place, and we have dozens of other things.
I sell them at the market sometimes, 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at mealtime too, instead of a knife and fork.
Now, John. We don't want people to think outside.
Here we go again with the scoldings. Why are you being so evasive? I imagine if it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of
There are knives that injured the victim. Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still. Go on with your testimony, witnesses.
Sir,
So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife unless we can provide proof? Even though there is no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume is innocent? You forget, my Nipponese friend, that it has yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack. As if I can forget. If only there was a way to know who had handled the knife. But I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream. Perhaps you think of a fingerprint, thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruto. What? You mean it's not a dream? That sort of wizardry really exists? Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin, or so they say. But I can't see any. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints could be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice. Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion. That the knife found in the victim's bag was originally in Mr. and Mrs. Govidep's house. If only I could transplant this whole incident to several years in the future. Wait. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. I can't say I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new from this testimony. But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the same scene of the incident. Yes, I know. Do I provide proof at the very end? Wait. I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury. If we could find even a tiny shred of evidence to support that theory, it would clinch this trial for us. It would explain everything. Yes, it would. So for Soseki-san's sake, we must find the last crucial piece of the evidence. Okay. Can I save Scum? I can't, right? Okay, I don't need to save Scum. Mr. Goidep, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
you can ask, but I can't see a bloody thing.
You can't?
Used to call me Dead back in regiment, of course, regime. But that was some time ago now. Even when I tried to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to see a B from a D and a P from a Q. It would be, to be honest.
Oh, he does. Dear me, it's rather wearing being asked about every other letter in every other word. Yes, I'm still playing. I'm trying to finish this up as soon as possible. But I'm actually enjoying this case. It's quite straightforward rather than like case number 3. I like case number 3 more, to be honest. Like out of the whole like Ace Attorney game, like the Great Ace Attorney game, like this game in particular. Case 3 is ranked high on my list right now. The very dusty. You mean the very dusty? What is that? A tiny scrap of metal. Yeah. Basically,
who was it? I forgot his name. His name was what? What was his name again? Fuck. I was in La La Land by the end of the McGilded, yes. Mr. McDonald's, yes.
Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade.
And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence.
Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence?
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Goridep's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there.
And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
Don't slap yourself.
Okay, I am. What?
When putting together another piece of evidence already in the court records, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord.
You appear rather confident in this extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then. Present the pertinent evidence to this court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
This is the knife that we found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a rather small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing.
A common issue with this inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones.
And what of this particular knife?
No doubt its tip have suffered a similar fate, now languish somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Oh no no no.
No, that's not the case.
The tip of this particular knife blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Goridep's pipe.
Ah! Oh! Good grief! Lord Van Sykes!
I don't believe it.
The knife from Jojo Pose. Jojo Pose.
The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match.
Good golly Jove!
Wait, is Mrs. Goridep on a fucking... Is Mrs. Goridep on a fucking, like, fruit crate? Was she standing on on a wooden crate?
This is no magic, my lord.
This is a miracle.
A miracle?
So Van Sykes has figured it all out, has he?
Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Goridep's pipe?
Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
Has this thing in my hands as usual at the time of the onslaught knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles if...
Wait, she threw a fucking knife at him?
She did, yes. It would never have sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid.
Oh, look at that plump pudding cheeks.
Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Goridep flung this knife at her husband. However,
The knife missed Mr. Goredep, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course.
Good God!
Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Goredep's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1.
And yet, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Goredep's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back of the street below. Good gosh. Oh dear. Oh. No! Short stack. She has another bottle of wine. I want to know what... It's basically Reaper's wine. A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast to my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling this argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see...
Whew! What? Lawrence, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her...
Oh, that's right. You silly little man. Now, Joan, old thing. What are you getting so excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the victim that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have been planted itself into the victim's back. Wait, his robe is on. It was burnt. I saw those. I'm seeing more. I'm seeing more detail. I'm seeing more detail from the zoom pan out every time.
Quite right, you see. That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of the head.
Well, he's lost for words. Look, I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though, what really did happen. Like I said, the book fell down first, the victim picked it up, and then the knife lodged itself into the back because she was bent over.
It would appear the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder.
The theory has even one inconsistency it cannot stand. As in, how do I say this? She picked up the book and her posture was at a 90-degree angle. Wouldn't you say that? Would that be more family friendly, Arvin?
Your theory, my learned friend, is history.
We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. Miss Usato, her back was facing up. Okay, that's true, Her back was facing upwards. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the council court records, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. Seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance to that theory is fatally flawed. Kazuma, is that you? This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It's more alcohol than like... Its alcohol content is basically undrinkable. It's basically ethanol at that point. It means that I need to sharpen my mind, dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of the back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you trying to imply? Counsel! There's a piece of evidence in the court records that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness!
Utter match!
Surely this must be the last time.
Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is the last inconsistency, the final puzzle, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is the fourth book. The fourth book found at the scene, is the final piece of evidence that the defense will present. The burnt book.
Is it not Mr. Goldep's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. The photographic print clearly shows that the book is book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all now know, it was the policeman constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so, as part of his wholesome transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable B made an extremely enlightening statement at that point. But what made you place the book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, sir, it's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
In other words, the victim has already picked up the book on her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd been doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, Jeremy. You know that the book fell from the top floor of the Govidep household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw? Yes, Mrs. Goridep. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? It's the death note. You'll be thinking, is the Death Note? I must kill someone now. Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down. Oh, what a cute woman. That's a cute woman right there. And pick the book up. Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, wham! The next object fell from the roof. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. She thick. I want to cuddle her now. She looks very cuddly, like a cuddly woman. I need human warmth now. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Sosaki Natsumi.
Well, I never.
It appears to Mr. Natsumi that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Oh! And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attack. So, there was never a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated into an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Yay! Well done, Ryunosuke. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Goridep, the very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
I like the fact that John just calls his wife old bean. Like it's cute in a way, you know. Poor Mrs. Goridep. Of course, I've never meant for anything of these sorts to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw that knife as well. John, dear.
It's all right, I know.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry. Catch her, John. Yes! That's what true love is, boys and girls. That's true love. This case is just about love for your significant other. I bet Natsume and Miss Green is gonna be a couple now, right? Right?
Lord Van Sykes, what news of Mrs. Goridep?
She's been taken to the infirmary. It will appear that today's event has left her in an especially flustered state. Wait, how old is... Wait. Would... She's 33. We don't know her age. He's not that old. However, I do believe she will recover in due course. There's no cause for concern. You never know. You never know, Arvin.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their action.
Accept age. Love doesn't transcend age, okay? Remember that, kids. People, love doesn't transcend age. If you're 30, if you're 52, please do not date a 12-year-old. That's too much. That's too much. Please. I don't condone that. I tried not to condone that. Perversion is different, yes.
There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange, we've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
Wait, what?
How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news.
So, Mr. Sosaki Natsume,
Yes.
on behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and having been repaid with immeasurable unkindness, please accept our heartfelt apology.
Tell me now.
No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusions again, in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Pete said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been a year since I've arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to the life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Sasaki-san. His imagination really had gotten the better of him.
You can't see my face, but my eyes are so wide at the fact that it's based on that.
Yes, poor man.
So, when it happened, I thought the young woman has been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my book like that and ran away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police.
Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires, and for that, I am truly sorry.
Wow.
One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think.
One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirits and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Sykes and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken, and the spirit...
Whew, thank you, Chrono. I needed that. Hi, you miss me suffering for you can watch the VOD, but you miss me suffering three cup noodles. Wait, I should have asked you. How are you? How's your day? Have you been doing good? Good? Bad? Worse? You got yourself in a predicament like our dear friend here?
I heartily commend you both.
Oh.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decision regarding the defendant's culpability.
Oh, you were? Damn. Thank you for lurking.
As the foreman of this jury, I can assure that we will reach a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare that the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me that for sure.
Yeah, sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I don't know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'm finally able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time.
I must say, I've had a corker of a story to tell my grandchildren when I get back home, won't I?
Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Use I. Use I. Woo! We did it. Four cases under our belt.
Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsumi. I hereby pronounce you not guilty.
Yay! Confetti, fireworks, fireworks. Poo 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 poo. I bet that would be PTSD for Mr. Goridep, though. You know.
And finally, Mr. Natsumi. Oh, yes, my lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never forget again be brought before me.
Oh, yes, sir. Of course. All my life. I swear I'll never set foot in the courtroom again. I'm
transponded to tears. Thank you again, counsels. Court is adjourned.
Yes. Now the epilogue of case 4. Oh, locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course. Is there another locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student Mr. Naruhodo and Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name?
Oh, at last I'm free, I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Giddy, hearty, happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard to just say that then?
Locum, you did it. You saved me from the brink.
Well, what happened to that poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad that everyone can see that now.
No, not that. Lovely, loyal, locum lawyer.
Yes. I mean, as I said before, I have just never gotten used to the life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear. I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsumi.
But today, you, locum lawyer, gave me my gloom the boost.
He stood firm behind the baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Old Bailey roof, I bellowed,
"Behold the best barrister even born!"
Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work?
There you are, my dear fellows.
Wait, I got the wrong one. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh. The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck.
It's just finished.
What? No, then my haste was in vain. It's you, Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsumi, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either on your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming.
This is all your fault,
Sherlock Holmes. You're the reason I had to go through all this terrible ordeal.
I'm going to give you a piece of my mind.
My apologies, sir, but I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, aren't you not? Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now.
Oh.
But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone who have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very bad about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Ah, priceless. Oh, I'm sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Fusosaki-san. Still, on the bright side, you had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsumi? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Ah, Lord Van Zykes. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. It is alright, Mr. Natsumi. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. That's interesting. So, Mr. Natsumi, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh. It has already been a year since I've arrived in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with this tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I have come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsumi. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terrors of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all. The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling clawed at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of myself. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Suseki-san could be interesting to read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? What about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot? Or why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London, and only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet. Ah, you are now accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find a lodging before it bankrupts us. I've calculated that we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? Ah, but it would lack in windows. It's more than mixed up with a floor, a ceiling, and a wall. Great. And of course, I'll be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit? Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep, and it's infallible. Wake up call. Oh, you mean the cat? He means the cat. Well, think about it, if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodging with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it's not gonna be a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. We must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of? Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office. Attic. I'm too overcome with words. So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. And it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you will come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Welcome. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But welcome. We'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure of it. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellows, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for our dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new house, 221B Baker Street. And oh, not yet. Oh, wow, pretty fancy, eh? So this is to be our new office, yes. Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? Hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I would like to think that we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh boy! Oh! Not gonna lie, he's handsome. He was handsome before, but he's more handsome now. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes. Thank you very much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good. I'm pleased to hear that. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner.
Well, we'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrived. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel
To have your own office in the capital. It's very exciting, actually.
He is very sleek. Whew. I can't help wondering what adventures awaits us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at this premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights causes the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. Whew, what a guy. Of course, at that time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Shom so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depths of the murkiness, the murk that lays behind it. See? It's the scene. It's the end. Oh. Oh, we are fighting.